Cool. Yo, Bigums. Welcome, welcome, welcome. An Amethyst and Mr. Stooge. And Davey, hello. Ice Mage, how's it going? Dangio. Hello, hello. Welcome. Have I got all of the Jed crowd since he's offline? The Jedderans? The D-Jeds? I don't know. Ugh. Alright, let's get to work. So, today, we're gonna fuck around. Ooh. I'm Dollar Store Jed? Wow. Damn. Ooh. Rumpal, hello. What's happening with the game you're making? It is still in development. But kind of doing it back from the start, almost, to some degree. Design-wise, pretty much the same. But just implementation-wise, a lot cleaner, like code-wise. And I'm also building it as more of a... focusing on having, like, a more modular game framework that other people can benefit from, aside from just me. So kind of open sourcing a lot of the tools that I make for the game. Or like, you know, doing like open contribution and blah, 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 blah. You know the deal. So the new approach is like, I think it's also important that I do it that way mentally, because it's like everything that I do has meaning. Whereas like I imagine some people, you know, they spend all this time doing some really cool system for their like their big brain idea game. But then, you know, their motivation fizzles out, or they get busy or whatever, and all of that kind of goes to waste. You know, whereas even if that happens to me, even if I'm unable to finish completing the game for whatever reason, there's still all of these modules that other people can use. And so it just kind of makes everything a bit more meaningful. Alright, we aren't doing water this time. We're not doing water today. So if you were here for a water... Well, I mean, it's kind of water adjacent to some degree, but if you were here for water, leave now. What's our ocean manager called again? Probably ocean manager. Yeah. Oh, God. So we're not doing water today. We are doing something much bigger than that. Like, you know, bigger. Although we did get the particles going last time, so that was good. Oh, sorry, I can see that. Let me go wide. I need to automate all the channel redeems at some point, or just like, where's my... Nice. Yeah, either automate them so that, you know, I don't know. Automate these nuts. Automate these nuts in your mouth. So yeah, prototype of our you know, render targeted particle spawning bullshit. Successful. It works. But we're not going to do that today. Today we are doing... It's such a beautiful moment when you do plugins. New plugin, you know? They just love the new plugin author. Plugin name is... Okay, what? We have to name the new plugin. So this one is... Already buying, I don't know what it... This one might be free, I don't know what I'll do with this one, but... I don't know whether to... I guess we just call it the Prismatica Simulation Data Fields plugin. So, okay, so the gist of it, the gist of the plugin is we partition the world up into a grid, and each of those grid spaces represents some coarse data for like a simulation, or they can be manually painted or whatever. And then each of those grid spaces gets drawn to a render target, and then you can use that render target to do shit. So an easy example would be, let's just say you like painted, let's say you just painted a snow, you had a snow coverage layer, and we want to add a static offset to some area, so it's always snowy. Then it's as easy as reading from a render target called, you know, the snow render target, which is like, it's the size of the entire world. So you don't have to worry about, you know, it's much cheaper than an RVT. And the landscape can read from it super simply, and the meshes can all read from it extremely simply, and you can change it at runtime in a given area super cheaply, because it's just, whenever it updates, we send a thing to Niagara to say, hey, you know, you need to update this render target. So it's kind of like, remember that video about RVTs where, like, I was drawing, you know, biomes to, like, from the landscape into an RVT. kind of like that, but 100 times cheaper. But it's also like it's more performant, it's cheaper, it's less detailed, I guess. But it's for, you know, it's for like very smoothed data, like what is the... Oh, and the other thing is, that the more important thing is that it's CPU first, reflected on the GPU. So at any point in the world, you can ask, oh, what is the current snow coverage? You know, when I do a footstep, we just look up, oh, what's the snow coverage when I'm doing the footsteps? And then you can spawn snow particles, for example. Or slow the movement speed of the character down, or whatever. So... yeah. And then on top of that, so that's kind of layer one of, well, I guess layer one of the plugin is drawing to a render target based on, you know, a world location. That's the simplest part of it. And then on top of that, we can run a simulation using those data layers. So, for example, you know, at this point, the wind velocity is this direction, whatever, and we can then, you know, make that influence the tiles around it, and the tiles around it will... So we get wind, like, you know, wind systems, we have the altitude... We have, like, clouds, and the clouds hit a mountain, and so it creates rain on the other side. We get, like, sun exposure, like average daily sun exposure. We get seasons. We get all that kind of interesting stuff without any effort, which is the other thing. So, like, let's say you create a huge, giant world, and then you have to manually go through and be like, oh, we've got to, like, put all these fucking... I've got to put the snowy version of all the assets over here. And, like, all of the desert versions over here. And I need to make it so that when the player enters this area, it rains, and they get cold when they're over here. All of that will just be, like, you just hit simulate, and let it do a grace period of, like, 1,000 years or whatever. And then that will be the initial, you know, thing of that world. So all of the bits at high altitudes will just be snowy. You don't have to paint anything. It'll just do all that shit automatically. And it would technically work with procedurally generated worlds, which I don't know if I will try and support, or whether I'll just leave that to someone else, because I don't have a procedural world to, like, fuck with. So anyway, that's the idea. It's like cheaper RVT, friendly when it updates at runtime. Yes. Yeah. Prismatica image tile-based fast algorithm for low-cost layers. Prismatica layered algorithm for grid-based image acceleration rendering in simulated model. That's good. Rasterized optical layered adaptive processing simulation engine. Okay. Would it work on a full sphere world? I do want it to simulate wrapping and also projection. Because in my game, it's a flat Earth, right? So the sun is at the center and everything's, like, around. And I figured it might be easier to actually take the square and just turn it into a donut. You know, just schloop it into a donut. And that way we don't have to deal with, like, weird diagonal biases with the wind and stuff. So I think I will try and make it work with spheres. It'll get kind of fucky at the poles on a sphere, and also in the center of a donut. But I mean, even on a sphere, I wouldn't have to actually change anything about the... Because, you know, a tile uses its neighboring tiles to, you know, simulate shit and whatever. That doesn't change at all on a sphere, because when you're sitting on a sphere, it looks like a flat plane, and it's just like, yeah, your neighbor, blah, blah, blah. All the vectors and stuff are the exact same. I guess the one thing I'd need to factor in is the overall size of the tiles as the projection squishes them, because if the wind is moving at some speed, you know, per second, then, you know, as it goes across smaller and smaller tiles up at the top, it would technically move further. And that would be the same with the Discworld. The ones in the center would be smaller. Just try playing that shit. I don't know if that would work. But anyway. Nice. What are we gonna call this? And also, is the... There's also, like, the draw this to the Niagara grid thing. Which I'm pretty sure I did I already did a thing. There's a PrismaticaDev painter, which... This was obviously for voxel data. Which is essentially, on begin play, here's the render target. Did I even... I don't think I actually... Where did I actually... I feel like I might have done this in here. In Prismatica somewhere. Or I think it was in a separate session. The voxel paint idea. But it's kind of different because it's 3D instead of 2D. Yeah, I'm like 99% sure I did it in a different Unreal session. So do I just do the... I guess because there's going to be so many different, like, render targets and sending this data to that thing and whatever. It should probably be its own plugin called, like, CPU Grid 2D or something. Oh, and then the other thing on top of this plugin, right, is so we've got this like big grid that's like, oh yeah, here's the temperature, you know, ambient temperature, whatever. Or, you know, the fertility of the soil, or whatever, you know, the snow coverage. What's the current snow coverage is probably a good one. So it might be like, you know, 0.7, and then it might be like fully here, and then it might go down to 0.7 again, and over here it's like 0.8 or whatever. And then what we do is inside these ones, which are just like local to the player, which can also be saved, we do offset data, or overwritten data. So, you know, there's snow everywhere, but then we dug a hole, or we set off a bomb or something, and it says, oh yeah, just subtract like 0.9 from here, and like, you know, 0.2 from here, and whatever. And the data in here is using a map rather than an array. So instead of having an array that has, you know, 1,000 entries that are just empty or 0, we just say when there's a changed value or changed values, they get added to a map. And so when, you know, let's say our example of a character walking through the snow, and there's this part here, maybe there was like a bonfire lit, and all the snow melted around it, you know, and we're doing these like snow particles and slowing the character down and whatever. We, you know, we're like, okay, what's the snow coverage here? And it's like, okay, well, it's in between 1 and 0.7 interpolated. You know, that's our value, blah, blah, blah. We start to get over to here where the fire used to be, and it's reflected in our render target. And we just query, okay, so what's our coarse grid? It's this one here, which is, I don't know what the fuck coordinate it would be at. And so its value is, you know, snow coverage is 1, except now we look up the coordinate on the fine grid, and we're like, oh yeah, it's 1 minus 0.9. And so now we know, okay, well, we don't play snow footsteps here, and we don't move slower and shit. And so what we would do for... So there's the big tiles, and then we'd have the local... So these all get drawn to a render target that things just read from. Which it's important that they get drawn to a... I mean, there's kind of two ways you could utilize the data. You could adjust a material collection parameter, material parameter collection parameter globally. So let's say this was like a wind value. You know, as I move from here to here, I just lower the global wind shader variable. Which, for my game, that would be perfectly fine, because, you know, it's top down. But for another game where it's like, it might be super windy over here, but not over here, or it might be super wet over here, but not over here, and you can see across, you know, 200, 300 meters, then that could be a little bit fucky. So I might have two options there. But then anyway, so then this second render target. So I guess everything or most things would need to be paired render targets if they allow like fine grain offset values. And so we would just be like, okay, let's get this tile and the surrounding coarse tiles. So it's like a 300 meter radius. And, you know, we can fade that out in the shader and shit. And whenever we move to a new tile or cross some center first threshold, we'd have to do it so that if you get to the center and you cross over, so wait, so well, basically we just want to eliminate if you're on the borderline between two coarse tiles and you like jump from one to the other back and forth. We don't want it to update the render target completely. But essentially what we do is we just get the fine data from this and the surrounding tiles. You know, and it's sparse, so it's just like, oh yeah, get the map that might be like 20 entries long or whatever, and we just generate a new fine render target. And then yeah, rebase it so that, you know, the shader reads it properly, and that way we have, you know, the snow coverage is 1, but then either overwritten or additive / subtractive numbers and whatever. And that all, you know, works properly. Corner between 4 large tiles. I don't know. I don't know. Why OBS? Why? Why? Hello? I'm back. Sorry, the OBS... Oh my god, my internet. What the fuck? What the fuck? Alright, it should be back now. We should be fine. Are we back? It was just a small drop. Small internet drop. It's either my internet is slow but consistent, or it's fast but it drops out every now and then. Hey, you there buy copper? No, Jed, we don't even have copper threads. We don't even have copper. We're on fucking wireless from a big tower. Microphone of plus 5 minutes. Okay, yeah. I don't know. We're back. Okay. So yeah, this is the idea. This is my idea. What do you guys think? What do you think of my idea? Thread and paper cups. Look, that's kind of what it feels like. Is that, you know, someone's just like relaying what I'm doing by mouth, by like talking to the internet goblins. So part of the big thing is that we can do a bunch of interesting CPU stuff in a grid and have the GPU also read. That is precisely what it is. And maybe project it onto spheres, or project it onto disks, or project it just to a flat surface. It's doable. It is very simple. There is not much to it. But I'm just trying to... Might feel limited if the fine grid resolution is not small enough. I think at default, the fine grid will be... the fine grid will be 1 meter. So each tile will be 100 by 100 tiles in the fine grid. Or maybe... Yeah, I feel like a meter is, like, pretty good. But obviously that would mean that the render target is only, like, 300 by 300 pixels. Or you could, like, view more tiles at once. Like, you know, render distance-wise. Or we could make it even finer, but then you get, you know... So if I, in an area, melt snow... Yeah. It would melt it... If it's on the corner, it would... You know, there's obviously interpolation between the, like, the pixel points. But... Bring the snow coverage to 0, which we get, obviously, square shape. Yeah, that's the other thing, is that... I can do, like a blur to it. Like in the render target side of things, or just in the shader side of things. So that it's a bit more circular. But yeah, it would depend. Like, how fine do we want to go? And I don't want to overcomplicate it by doing like an octree and whatnot. I want it to be like very simple. Where there's just 2 levels. There's the coarse grid, which is for like weather simulation, world simulation. And then the fine grid, or fine grids, which are, you know, they're tied to those coarse grid tiles. But the player can kind of alter them. Or you know, characters can alter them and whatnot. Like, let's say we... like burning stuff is a perfect example. Like, fire propagation and that being persistent, that would be a part of the fine grid. And then as those changed values tend to go back towards the you know, the default value, then they can just be deleted from the map. Walk along the edge of a large grid tile, then there's a fair amount of contrast between the 2 cells, then I wouldn't notice near... Sorry, world align border? No, so it would be... The big ones... You know, there's interpolation, linear interpolation between pixels. So, like, if we just look at a render target... Let me just go back into here. Render... Oh, they're not even doing stuff. What's the... Can I pause a render target? Fuck. I mean, you know how it is, you know. Need a lot of large-scale noise? Possibly, yeah. And I mean, that's the other thing is, yeah, we could do noise between the big tiles, 100 by 100 meter tiles. And have that noise be either deterministic or from a CPU texture lookup. And actually, you know, have those values reflected. Not just in Well, yeah, in the shader, but also in the CPU side of things. But if there's like, if one, let's say the snow coverage was 1 in this tile, and then it was 0 in this tile, it would only, and let's say it was 0 in all the surrounding tiles, it would only be 1 in the very center of that tile, and then it would lerp towards 0 to the center of the other tiles. Which is just how, like, the, you know, texture interpolation works. It's just purely linear. But yeah, we could do, like, a world-aligned noise texture to kind of break it up a little bit and have that reflected in the thingo. In the thing of majig. Whoa, look at those sick particles. Oh my god. Yeah, but I mean, the user will be able to specify how big the tiles are. Large visible squares of special materials floating in the world to draw to render target. They don't even need to actually exist. No, to a render target. Yeah, to a render target. So we literally just say, we just have a system, like a Niagara grid system per data layer, or per 4 values of data layer or whatever, or data field, sorry. And it will just have a, it'll have 2 arrays, and that would just be, I mean, I've done this before in the grid, the voxel system. I might even try and find that session. Epic Games Launcher. But it's essentially just 2 arrays. One of them is incoming changed values. So incoming, you know, incoming color to draw to the render target, and then an incoming coordinates to draw at. And so most of the time it's only ever doing, it's only ever changing like 1 pixel per frame. Especially if the simulation update is staggered across multiple frames. And then if nothing's changing, then the system isn't changing any values on the render target. So, what the fuck? Why? What's RIP? Oh, my shitty ass fucking internet. Is that because I opened the Epic Games Launcher? Or is it just because an ad's playing? Why? Is my shit internet. It should stop. It should be stopped. I apologize. Yeah. It's just because my internet's fucking garbage. Yeah, it should be better now. I've just lowered my bitrate to 2K instead of 3K. Just so it's got a bit of, like, wiggle room. Oh yeah, we get to compile shaders. Hell yeah. We're talking about seems rather similar to some vector field math. Yeah, potentially. Potential. Jed, that's it. Oh, you mean the waves are sick? They do look pretty pog. They are quite pogus. Nothing beats a fresh project. This isn't even a fresh project. It's just a project that I recently upgraded to 5.5. But yeah, I think what I need to do is I'll make a separate module for just like, as like a kind of go-between for like, you know, a Niagara Grid 2D render target setup and like just updating values from the CPU, and then do a thing with the stuff. And yeah, basically the system will just utilize that. Do you have vids on how you created those waves? Not yet, but I will be working on them. I mean, they're not finished, but I was working on them the past 2 or 3 streams. So if you want to watch like 20 hours worth of VODs, you can go to the live tab on YouTube, and you can see all the previous streams, and maybe skip through it. All right, 4,000 shaders left to compile. There you go. Crevea's got a timestamp library of some bits and bobs. So what's each? I guess because they all need a... I'm getting bulbous up flexing the hair. I'm going bald as well. Look at my hairline. Although, to be fair, my hairline's been like this since I was, like, 10. Got that MF Widow's peak. Soon I'll be a monk. Hello and welcome back. Hello and welcome back to 5 Minute Materials, the show where I have no hair. See how soft it is? It's fine. It's not thin, it's fine. Although I did just wash it like an hour ago. Alright, 1,000 shaders left to compile, and then we can see if the voxel paint stuff is even in this session. I don't know. Can confirm it is very soft. It's decent. It's decent. I just wish there was more of it. You know? I wish there was more of it. Demi, hello. Thank you for my question on Discord regarding new ways to play sounds joining foliage water interaction. No worries. I'm gonna use the next few days of fun time. Awesome. If you want to let me run you over how I am gonna do the puddles stuff. Because obviously if you've got puddles and the puddles are just a material effect, it's hard to know when to play, when to play the sounds and whatnot. But my idea, we've got like noise pattern, whatever. Cloud noise, or the Prismaticate cloud noise thing. My idea is that in editor, we just go through the entire render target, or the entire texture, and, every 4th pixel or something, we get that 4th pixel, and we pretty much just make, like, a really long array of those values, of those float values, or vector4 values, or whatever. And that would be, if it's like a 1K texture, and we're doing quarter resolution, it's like 250, it's like 16,000 entries long. But if we know how to... If we know where the texture is in world space and how big it is in world space, at any point, we can look up what the noise texture would be in that area in our CPU array. And so we can just replicate the... I hate saying replicate. We can mirror the... the shader side of things, the shader side of the puddles, which is just the texture -1. We have the puddles value times 2. They get added together, and then contrast. And then that's our our final puddle value. I guess it would be puddle... Well, puddle value is puddle global, PG, plus the Z normal. Oh, sorry, multiplied by Z normal. There's some function that I use in the puddle shader that basically makes it so puddles only appear on flat surfaces, using the Z normal. And we can get the Z normal on the CPU by just doing a line trace, which we're probably doing anyway if we're doing footsteps and sounds and whatnot. So you can just mirror the puddle shader logic in the CPU using the noise texture that we've generated in editor, and that way we know, is there a puddle under our character? So I'll probably add that to the plugin, but yeah, I don't know. Here we go, here we go, the Voxel Painter plugin. Oh yeah, nice. Can I F8 unlit that? No, F8. Okay, so this was the Voxel Paint plugin, which does a very similar thing. Here's our voxel. These are all the individual trees texture voxel textures. So every tree here, even though these trees are all, well, they're all instance batches, but every tree has its own little voxel data thing. So if we wanted to set trees on fire, and for them to have actual spatial data, then this is what we would be using. And this is just going through instance by instance, I think. Just doing them in like a round robin. Hell yeah. What's the cache for? Why did we need a cache value? Get previous... Oh, right, because it doesn't update every frame. So if we use get previous... I wonder if I can pause the system. I don't know. Joel, hello. May I ask a question to the master? Yes, absolutely. Using morph targets in UE5, is that well optimized in the engine? Should we use it sparsely or only on certain parts? Or is it well optimized in modern game engines? It can be kind of costly. Although I think all of the character skinning gets done on the GPU now. So it probably isn't... You see the thing about morph targets is that morph targets, and this is just from my limited knowledge, but the difference between how morph targets and bones work is that each vertex in a game engine can reference or has indexes for 4 bones, or up to 4 bones. And so when we process each vertex, it only cares about those 4, bones that are offsetting, and it applies its, gets the average, or the weighted average, change in position for those bones and rotation, whatever. Whereas a morph target, even if the morph target only affects, like, the face of the character, I'm pretty sure the morph target has a list of every single vertex in the character and has to apply all of them. Like, it just goes through... It's like morph target first and then applies it to the model, whereas bone skinning... gets done per vertex and then it kind of does its shit. What if I had more bones? So you can... So this is 4 bones to 1 vertex. So if you... Let's say I have, like, my armpit. My armpit is probably weighted to spine 3. Probably weighted to the clavicle. It's probably weighted to the upper arm. And maybe to the bicep twist bone to some degree. Or maybe to spine 2 or something. But it doesn't care about what, the left arm is doing or the feet or the whatever. It only has those 4 bones that it's, weighted to. You can do up to 8 bones, but it uses more UV channels or just vertex data channels in the engine. So there are tools in Blender to limit the amount of bones that a vert goes to. I think it's called like clean or limit weight or something, where it will just get if a vertex is weighted to 5 bones, it will just get the one that's weighted the lowest, set that to 0, and then normalize the rest of them. So it's good to do that when you're weight painting, just every now and then go through and fix it up and whatnot, because you can just get really weird stray weights that way. Unreal will do that anyway on import. It will discard the lowest weights and shit. But yeah, there is a setting to do 8 bones per vertex. But anyway, back to the question. It depends on the style of your game and like the workflow or the artists that you're working with or what you're used to. You know, if you do all your facial animations using morph targets, then it's probably just better to stick with that. But generally, I try and use bones for as much as possible. The other thing is that you can just turn bones off, right? You can stop bones from being evaluated. So if you zoom out far enough, you just turn all the face bones off. And it's like, yeah, okay, now it's not evaluating the face whatsoever. Like bone culling. Same with like fingers and stuff and that kind of shit. Experimented a bit with it. So far it seems to be performant, but I've got a fast GPU. Yeah. It can get a bit funny. I think it scales really... I'm not going to say poorly, but it scales worse than Bones. But again, I'm not sure if now that they're all done on the GPU, because like obviously Bones are calculated on the CPU. Yeah, I don't know. I'm using morph targets for expressions and cloth stretch. Yeah, right. I think for clothing stretching, I guess if it's a high density mesh and you want the like the creases and stuff when your character moves around, and you're doing that in a morph target, that makes sense. They do have like the experimental machine learning deformer, which you could look into, which is kind of like real-time morph targets. I don't know. But basically, yeah, I try and stick with Bones for as much as possible. The other thing is that morph targets... So, like, I'm planning on using morph targets for, you know, like the body shape of a character. But then those morph targets will be getting baked. So when, you know, if we've got like a fat character... That's the wrong session. Where's the base character reformat session? 13C? That's my version. Do we have Chunky Man? Hello, Chungus. Yeah, so these are morph targets here. Also, just excuse the abs on the fat guy. But yeah, morph targets that change the character mesh. Give him little chicken wings. Or, you know, booba lady. Very skinny man. Skinny muscle lady. Booba. Fat, skinny. Skinny fat. So these are all morph targets. But they'll be getting baked into the mesh when we merge the mesh together. Because, you know, when we merge the clothing onto it, we construct a new unique mesh that is, you know, it's the character, and then we append the clothing to it, and the hair, and all the different modular parts and whatnot. But we can actually bake the morph targets into the new mesh so that they're not being computed at runtime. So that's another way you can make morph targets more efficient, is that, you know, if the morph target's just going to be one value for a really, really long time, you can just bake that into the mesh, and it won't need to you know, it won't need to frick with it. I think there might be some optimizations that they've done with morph target caching, where, like, it essentially does that. It just, you know, if you have a morph target that's set to a certain value for a certain amount of time, or, like, maybe you can flag it as static or something, then it just adds it to the initial position of the verts and whatnot post skinning, but I don't know. Little vertex from the morph targets in memory is to split the character apart like in the past, right? I'm not really sure, honestly. I have barely used morph targets in the engine yet. Or, like, you know, done profiling and all that. I will be soon, TM, but yeah. Then skeletal mesh on GPU. I don't know. I guess it would... yeah, I guess. Oh, you mean like... Well... The skeleton side of it has to be on the CPU because you've got, you know, collision and whatnot. So the actual animation update would need to be CPU side. Oh, I mean, I'm sure there's, like, ways to... I've seen people do animation evaluation on the GPU. But then, obviously, the downside of that is that you don't get character collision. You know, you only get capsule collision. Because you don't want to be sending the bone positions back to the CPU from the GPU for that many characters and shit. So yeah, anyway, back to topic. Prismata Paint NS. So we do... Why did we need the previous values? Right, because we wanted it to be additive. Which means that... No, why did I need to do this? 3D render target, blah, 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 coords array, length, map 4, set the new values. Red Reboot. When I change material to translucency, it makes it so I can see parts of the model inside itself. How do I fix this so it behaves similar to how Unity handles transparency? I'm not 100% sure, but there would likely be some settings. If you just click in an empty part of the material graph, there would be something down here, like translucency. Transparency pass, disable depth test. Right, alpha, that goes in depth, right. Allow front layer translucency, allows a translucent material to be used with blah blah blah. No. Translucency self-shadowing, potentially. I don't know. I doant knewant. Have you also tried setting it to be two-sided? That might make it better or worse. The other thing you could do is use single layer water, which is what I use for what's it called? For water, funnily enough. but it does like a maximal depth pass. So it has a separate depth pass that if you've got two intersecting single layer water, you know, objects, you won't see one under the other. You'll only see the single layer. So, you know, if I have this river, and fuck's going on here? Get out of here. And I, you know, have it intersect the lake. We don't see the lake underneath this one. It's single layer. It's in the title, I guess. Oh god, that fucking scared me. Skinning's on the GPU by default anyway, right? Yeah. Yeah, like the bone positions get sent to the GPU, and then the offsets get applied on the GPU as well. Or like, you know, the actual, yeah, vertex offsets get done on the GPU. Wolf targets can be offloaded to GPU optionally, I believe, as a project setting. Right. There we go. Yeah, I just wonder if it has to compute all of them every frame, even if they're like static, even if it's just sitting at, you know, like make character fat, whether it has to go through that entire array of verts every time. Schwow. Oh. Alright, well, let's start on our plugin. The first plugin we make is just the... I don't know, I need to wee. Let me pee real quick. I'm back. With bread. Good shit. Have you guys ever eaten bread? Source morph data as assets uses the same caching as blend spaces and animation assets, compression, and all. Ah, right. So it can, like... It can... essentially, like, discard all of those empty... You know, all the empty verts. From being, like, stored as, like, an actual float value or a vector value. It can just be like, oh yeah, between like this index and this index, literally nothing happens. Let's skip over it, kind of thing. Depends on your blend space logic and in what order your mesh is updating its M data, etc. Morph before bone transformation is better. Then only the transform is calculated every frame. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, right, because then, if it was doing it post... If it was doing it post-pose, or post-bone transform, it would have to... It would have to get the bones that it's weighted to, and know which direction to do it in. It would essentially, the morph target would have to evaluate the bones. So if you just do it from the initial pose... It's just like, oh yeah, move this one over here. And we don't have to do any bone. It doesn't care about the bones. So yeah, that makes sense. So if it's pre-pose, then it's giga chatted. I mean, obviously they've thought about it, you know, because morph targets are super common. And, like, there are some things that you just kind of have to use morph targets for. Using vertex animation baked into texture is very performant and complex to get to work, but my knowledge is a limit. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's plug in. Plugins. Add plugin. Author. PrismaticaDev. This one's called the CPU Grid 2D. CPU 2 Grid 2D. How's that? Module for writing sparse data to render targets. Well, what's a better name for it? So this is just the little bit of logic that will, you know, it'll either be an object or it probably needs to be an actor because it needs a Niagara particle system to actually exist. So I guess it will just be an actor for whatever reason. Oh, I guess there could be one manager with, you know, multiple Niagara systems. And it can all just be managed in there, I guess. Module for writing sparse data to render targets. What about... the PrismaticaCPU Grid 2D. fucking dumbass. Prismatic CPU. Prismata CPU. It's like Prismatascape, but Prismata CPU Grid 2D. See Prismatica U Grid. See Prismatica U Grid. Prismaticore Grid? PrismatiGrid 2D. PrismatiGrid 2D. Prismata 2D CPU Grid. What about the Prismatica Grid 2D CPU Drawer? Kipu. Prismata Kipu. Gridmatics? Gridmatica? Way too legit sounding? Yeah. What about PrisGrid? The PrisGrid. PrisGrid 2D. Gridmatica. Prismata CPU. Prismata CPU. I think Prismata CPU Grid 2D. Prismata CPU Grid 2D. Or PCPU Grid 2D. Or the Pris CPU. Gridmatica. I mean, maybe like the sparse data fields. Oh, sorry, the coarse data fields could be Gridmatica. But I feel like for this little tool, which is just writing data to a render target, this is like literally a few lines of code. It's just like it's the manager for doing all the grid shit. Pris CPU Grid 2D. Prismata CPU Grid. Prismata CPU Grid. 1D. It's a one-dimensional render target. PCG 2D. Oh, it's PCG. It's PCG 2. Ah, fuck my life. I think Pris Grid 2D is fine. Because it's Grid 2D, but it's the Pris. I guess that doesn't tell us anything about it, though. CP Grid U? Pris CPU. Pris CPU Grid 2D. I like field in the name. I think for the plugin that uses this plugin, it makes sense. But like multiple things will probably use this. Like for example, the global character atlas will use this as a go-between to write to the character atlas. Pris Grid 2D Data Manager. Jeff? Name of Jeff. Name of Jeff. Not manager? What about writer? Data funnel? It's a funnel. Data doobie? Pris Grid 2D Data funnel. Data handler? Data handler? Mutable covers CPU. What does mutable even mean? Also, mutable is that other plugin, you know? That's already an engine plugin. Changeable, yeah. I mean, that's... There's already the mutable plugin, though. That would get super confusing. I think we just call it the Grid 2D Data Handler. Oh. Wait, why? Where'd the other shit go? Where'd the fucking... What? Where the fuck... Huh? Where'd the description and shit go? Alright, you know what? We go back. We go back to add. There it is. Plugin name. PrismaticaDev. Description. Module that handles sending sparse data to Niagara Grid 2D system. Pris Grid 2D Data Handler. I like that. It's a blank. We create the plugin. We're done. It's going to do all of its shit. It's probably going to open VS. Fuck my life. It's created successfully. Wow. Okay, what else? Okay, we may as well create the other one while we're here. What's the other one called? This one actually needs a funny name, right? Or a good name, because this is like, yeah, it's data fields. SimDataFields, SDF. I think that acronym's already taken. PDF? No, that's already taken. Fuck. What do we call it? EDF. Prismati. Is this like the PrismaticaClimate system? Is this PrismaticaClimate system? Or is this just, Fuck. This is getting stupid. I don't want to make every fucking thing a little plugin that's dependent on other plugins. So I feel like this is just PrismaticaClimate system, right? Gridsmatica. Well, like, to give context, this is the thing that uses the PrisGrid2D handler, data handler, to draw its values to, you know, the shit. The POS. Yeah, in essence, it's a big grid that gives us data, or generates data. That, you know, for temperature, for snow coverage, so anything that needs to be reflected on the CPU, but also the GPU, we do here. I mean, it's not necessarily only on the GPU as well. Like, temperature doesn't actually... No, yeah, temperature doesn't really need to be written to a render target. Because just because it's cold doesn't mean that there's going to be snow, you know? Or just because it's hot doesn't mean everything's on fire. But we would want to be like, okay, it's cold in this area, so our character is, you know, their breath is steamy. Could you freeze this water? With this plugin, yes. Yeah, this will have like a water freezedness. Frozen water render target thing. It would have wave intensity being simulated. But, like, is this... I guess the plugin is... The system is, we have this big grid. And then each of those grids has value, or has layers that we add. That can be added and subtracted. Like, maybe we don't need temperature in our world for some reason. Or maybe someone doesn't want to simulate the wind. So we essentially write a layer, or an object class, that gets assigned to our you know, climate manager thing. And it will have a rule, so on update, get the neighboring wind values, and then average them to update my wind value. Or it will be like, you know, get the current altitude, and or, you know, get the wind, get my wind value, and propagate my wind over to this square and propagate the temperature along with it. You know what I mean? So we get like hot and cold wind systems. We get lots of noise and shit. We get rainfall. We get snow and snow coverage. So like for example, snow coverage, the rule would be get my tiles, you know, current snow amount, like snowfall value, and then accumulate that onto my thinger. But they should all be modular, and so I guess that's what this plugin does. And then my implementation of it in Prismatica is a separate thing. Or I have a default implementation, which is my implementation of it. And then other people can build their own or just copy that one into there. Grass interaction system? Let me just... Is it the Prismata climate? Grass interaction I already have in the Prismatascape plugin. Grassy ass interaction system. Wait, why can I not do wind right now? Is my left click broken? Why is there no wind? I mean, there is wind. I can see it when I do that. Swooshing. Oh, I'm getting it here. Confused. Why are we not getting the shooty wind? Oh, you know what it's because this is Yeah, okay. Because this is drawing to the water height. And the wind gets drawn against the water height. Yeah. Yeah, okay, we get wind over here now. How's this work? It works using render targets. So here is the wind. So it's just a simple 2D simulation driven by simple inputs. And then our grass just reads from this texture and, you know, plays some jiggle animations and whatnot. Which means it's very efficient. Very efficient. Very cool. And it can be yours for only $34.99. Buy Prismatascape today. Plan to share this plugin? You mean the climate one? The kind of world sim render targety one? Yes, I am. So it can't have terrible, you know, swear words in it. But it can be funny. Like there's another... What was the Prismatica system that was called Piss? I know there was PLSS. But what was PISS? What was that again? They will not allow you to release a plugin that depends on... Yeah, I know. I'll have to include it in it. I mean, that's kind of fucky, but... Yeah. Maybe I will just... PLSS... Yeah, PLSS was the world simulation. Let's get the water. Hello, water man. Ooh, particles. Wow. But yeah, what's the climate thing called? Although, yeah, do I want to... What else is going to use this? I guess my... See, that's the thing, right? Is that if I then have separate... Because if I do, like, the character parameter atlas as a plugin that also uses the PrismaticaDev data handler, I guess at that point I just include it and prefix it with, like, you know, the other thing. But then it has to link to that, and then I've got so much more horse shit going on. And then we have so many different managers, Grid2D managers, which, I don't know. But, like, am I going to sell this? I mean, probably, yeah. This one's very sellable, I think. Plugin is its own Git repo. They can have a branch of it where the dependencies included, but it's still not clean. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I wonder if it's possible to install two plugins with the same dependency. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, if someone wants to use this, and then also the character parameter atlas, and also the voxel painter stuff, then it gets a bit fucked up because it's essentially the same thing, but in two plugins. And then if they wanted to, like, utilize that part of it... Go away, moth. If they wanted to utilize that for their own thing, then it's like, which one do they choose? Or, like, if they're not named differently, then they might be using the struct from one, but the manager from the other one, and it's just like a fucking nightmare. So I just don't know how to deal with that. And, like, the Grid2D drawing thing, I'd release that for free, you know, or with an included plugin or whatever. So I don't know why it can't just, like... Yeah, I don't know. I could just do it as, like, a template. As in, like... The Grid2D system thingo is just, like, a template class. Free utility plugin is included in my ARP plugin. Yeah, yeah. But it's actually a part of that plugin now, if they download it from there. Yeah. Maybe I will just include it. It's a pretty simple thing, honestly. But yeah, maybe I'll just include it in this one. And then rip it out to use in another thing and just deal with it being duplicated code. It's like fucking it's literally a few lines and classes, so whatever. Let's just do PrismaticaClimate. Or actually no, what is this one called? We've been streaming for 2 hours, we haven't written a single line yet. PrismatiClimate Sim. PrismatiSim? PrismatiSim. PrismatiSims 5? PrismatiSimFields. Yeah, I think that's it. The Prismatica simulation fields. Maybe simulation fields. And maybe Prismatica simulation fields. Prismafieldica. I like the last part. The Prismatica simulation fields. Plugin. Prismatica the game advanced simulation global fields. Putgasgf. Simsmatica. I think Prismatica simulation fields is fine. Module for simulating large scale world. Simulating climate and other data for large scale worlds reflected on the reflected in render targets. Module for simulating climate and other data for large-scale worlds reflected in large-scale worlds on both the CPU and GPU. There we go. Prismatica simulation fields. It's a bit boring. PrismaticaD's nuts. I think that's a little bit too obvious. AI-powered fields. Stable Pris Fusion. I think Prismatica simulation fields is PSF. Prismatica world simulation fields. Because it is for worlds. The PrisClimSim. Yeah. I fuck with it. PSF? Yeah, PISF. PISF. Yeah, world sim fields. But world sim might imply... world sim data fields? Because world sim might imply character simulation. You know, like the world simulation. PWSDF. Prismatica World Sim Data Fields. I think that's fine. Yeah, whatever. Fuck it. Create plugin. Module for simulating climate and other data for large-scale worlds on both the CPU and GPU. By PrismaticaDev. In plugins, create plugin. Whatever. Cool, cool, cool. Ocean simulation? I mean, that's what I could call the ocean simulation stuff. What do you... Oh, yeah, fuck off. Yeah, whatever. Alright, it's done. Okay. Prismatica World Sim Data Fields content. Let's make a new level. New level. This is called PWSDF. Puisdiff. Puisdiff test or demo level. Let's open. Oh, look, it's empty. Fantastic. Alright, let's just start with a landscape. How do you do a landscape again? It's up here, isn't it? Landscape. How big? Fuck, I don't know. What's Oh, that's section size. How many sections per component? 2. Number of components. What's like the biggest you can make? I guess that? I mean, you can obviously make it bigger. No, you can't. Oh, fuck. Is that the biggest? Oh, I guess you can then scale it up. Whatever. We make it big. We make it big. Use scale? Yeah. I mean, I can scale it after, so... Lord George. We're also going to need a... Hello? Right, we're in there. Let's go make a directional light. We put you in the world. At world origin. Whatever, we need a skylight. Put you in the world. You are immovable. World origin. You're going to use a specified cube map. Cloud cube map, whatever. Cube map resolution. Small. I guess it doesn't need to be super small. Who fucking cares? Alright, we have a landscape. Sweet. And it is big. Alright, let's make a folder called the Grid 2D Data Handler. Or the Grid 2D Data Handler. 2DDD. Grid 2D underscore Data Handler. So this is the first part of it. Yeah, save it. Yeah, good on you. Alright, let's do a new Niagara system. You're going to be empty. Empty. Completely empty. Create. UI called the Pris_grid2D data handler system, or Niagara. And so we spawn a new one of these for each data handler, or, you know, data thingo. So this is essentially, well, it's a GPU sim. I also want to, I need to figure out if it's possible to pause a thingo. I realize it's the larger system. I thought it was just the ocean bit. No, this is for, like, how do I even? Oh, fuck it. I don't know. Why is this angry? Dynamic bounds mode. Okay, just used fixed. I mean, it's a fucking grid system. It doesn't need bounds anyway. Here with the elevator. Okay, so you've got a world, right? And the world has terrain. And it has a sun. And it has, well, I mean, that's all it kind of needs. And it's got some water bodies, I guess. It's got an ocean, whatever. So just imagine you hit in a world. You hit simulate, and we generate like an initial climate for the world. So, like, you know, you've got mountains, and the mountains will have snow on them. And you've got valleys, and they'll be cold. And you've got an ocean, you've got water evaporation, you get wind, you get all that kind of shit. You know, you're closer to the equator, the air is hotter, and it's more arid. So it's basically a way to do that, but then to have it actually, like, update in real time. So, you know, when it rains in this area, then, you know, the water, the puddles form in that area. And then the rain passes, but the puddles stay there. And then the puddles will dry up based on the temperature of that cell, you know? Which will then contribute to the precipitation, or, you know, to the water fucking vapor shit, evaporation, which can then pass that on to wherever. So it's and then all of that data gets reflected in render targets so that you can actually use it in shaders as well as use it in game logic. So, for example, there might be a snow coverage data layer, and, you know, the snow would melt, and as the snow melts, it contributes to the puddle, you know, the puddle data field. But as your character walks through, you know, the foot of snow on the ground, then we can actually slow them down, because we know the simulation starts on the CPU and then it's reflected on the GPU. And so, yeah, we can be like, okay, like, my character's running, you know, every so often, let's just get whatever the value is at this point from the, you know, the climate simulation. And then we know, oh yeah, we're on snow. But then all that snow might completely melt away. And then our character doesn't need to have a movement speed debuff. So we can have, like, seasons and stuff that all change and can actually be referenced in gameplay, rather than just being a completely... Because, like, you know, you think, like, a game like Breath of the Wild, the snowy areas are always snowy, and so they can just hard code, here's a volume, when we're in this volume, Link walks slow unless he has the snow walking boots or whatever. But if you wanted a game where it can snow and then the snow can melt, like, how do you kind of determine that kind of stuff? Because you can't just, like, paint it on the landscape, because that's just not how landscapes work in Unreal. So we need a different way of actually referencing the data. And so, like, this could be used for just, like, completely static stuff. Like, here's the desert, and I'm going to set the temperature of the desert. I'm going to paint the average temperature of the desert to be this. Or, there's a mountain, I'm going to paint it on the mountain, whatever. But I think where it will shine is, like, as, like, kind of like a final pass. And, like, if people are using PCG, you'll be able to reference this to do PCG shit, like, you could just have one, like, master PCG foliage spawner, if you're a psycho, and then it could determine, based on the, the average fertility of the ground, or the average temperature, what foliage to put where. And, like, the backside of the mountain, is it... Because, like, the backside of a mountain that gets less sunshine usually has different foliage to the front side of the mountain. So it could just speed up a lot of shit like that. In theory. Changing seasons. Exactly. Changing seasons. I think the other funny thing is, technically with a system like this, you could just, like, you could eclipse the sun. You could say, okay, yeah, let's turn the sun brightness down to 0. And then the world would actually freeze over. Which would be really funny. From a gameplay point of view. And all the people would starve. Because they would be able to grow crops. Because there's no, average sunshine per day value. And the temperature's too cold to grow crops. And so, you know what I mean? I just think it's a good idea. So, in our emitter, we have our render. Is it texture render target? Is it? I don't know. How do you use the block last? Yeah, the effects of it, exactly. Yeah, like the implication of it. I wonder if... surely they have a... do they have a set render target value on the CPU? No. Wouldn't it be nice if they had a... Oh, they have editor-only ones, but yeah. Geometry script. Sample texture render target 2D at UV positions. Depending on your application, it can be inefficient and slow. That's the one that I think we used to do the CPU texture lookup. Draw material, go render target 2D, render target. We can read, but not set. Yeah, cool. Okay, so we're not wasting our time doing this. I'll be right back. I might get another bit of bread. All right. I'm back. So, data handler Niagara. Let's go on. Let me just look at. No, let's actually go back. Let's go content browser. And then I have some grid shit. Okay, what are our actual render targets? They're texture render target. So that's the actual reference here. So this is the target. What do we fucking call this? The grid. Just the render target. Target render target. Render target asset. I don't fucking know. This needs to have an actual name though. What do I even name? I'm just fucking struggling with naming stuff today. We'll call it the data render target. Yeah, that's not ominous. Then we need one in here, which is the render target 2D, which is the data. Let's call this data RT. Yeah, user thing. So we need to set this on emitter spawn to this one. We are going to override format. I can do it as 16-bit, which can do positive and negatives. See you, Jed. Have a good one. I'll be watching you tomorrow. I will be watching. Let's just start as 16-bit. Bitmaps off. I guess it's just from texture group, whatever. And then the size is... This needs to be set... Oh, no, I guess we set that in the... No, actually, no, you know what? Because we're going to be creating these in editor. No, fuck. What? Yeah, no, we want to inherit them from the render target itself. So then we need a grid 2D collection. This is our data grid. We need to say do thing. Render target user parameter, this guy. Override as half float. Clear before non-iteration state. I want to clear the buffer prior to a stage where the iteration count does not match the grid resolution. Use a stage where it wants to do sparse writes and accumulate values. Clear before non-iteration. I think we do that off. I don't know. So then we just need an array. This is called, so a vector 4 array, which is values this frame, and a 2D vector array called coords this frame. On emitter, well, new stage, generic sim stage. Iteration source is a data interface, which is our data grid. Dispatch, whatever. Actually, no, it isn't a data interface. It's a direct set. Number of iterations, 1. Now, I wonder if... Direct dispatch type, 1-dimensional num threads. Pretty sure it is 1D, because we just want to do... Execute along. For example, we want to iterate over custom source such as triangles on a mesh. Set in to the triangle count, emitter squared by another element count. So we don't need to do that. Duck Bison. Hello. Hello, Caddy. Hello, hello. How's it going? Welcome. What a good time to join. Nike, how's it going on Twitch? Wow. You want to sit? Sitting up? Sitting up or sitting down? Yeah. Hop up. You going under? Huh? Wanna hop up? Yeah. Come on. That's a good girl. That's a good girl. Or do you like it? Do you like my water bottle? So funny. How's your eye? Bit of boogers? Bit of eye boogers? You don't eat apples. Don't touch my apples. Chicken. So good. Okay, so I wonder if execute behavior will still get the previous data. If I can still get previous data. The stage will only run on the frame when the simulation is reset. So yeah, I guess if I run... I wonder if I can just Boolean an entire... Oh. Yeah, maybe I can tell it to execute or not execute. But yeah, basically, new scratch pad. Which is called write data to RT. The other thing is because we're packing. Because we'd be packing multiple data fields data into the RGB and A of a single render target. So we'd probably want, you know, like snow depth and puddles and shit like that to be in one render target. Likely. Or like wetness and dryness would be opposite ends of the same thing. I guess that all needs to be done by the manager. Because I can remember in the... I think it was the voxel painter. That I had some logic to like... If we only wanted to update the R channel... Yeah. It was like if we set the value to -1, then we use the previous value for those thingos. So if I just wanted to update the R channel, then I just say R, you know, 0.75, and the rest gets set to negative, and that essentially tells it to pass through. But I don't know. Let's get out. Oop. There we go. Let's get our user 2D array. Vector 2D array. Towards this frame, length, that's our iteration count, schwow. Then we have the values, sorry, that's a 4D array. This is values, this frame. So we're gonna get current iteration, current index, bam. We're gonna get from here, bam. We do that. Coords, values. So then we just need to get the render target. Render target 2D. This is our data RT. I'm gonna grab you, set render target value. Let's smack you up there. The cohort. Wait, is there a 2D int 2D array? What other arrays do we have? I think it is just... Yeah, it's just vector 2D. Oh, girl, what are you doing, you little spaz? Let's just break that. That can just convert to XY pretty easy. Or maybe I should manually round it. Because, yeah, that's an maybe I will round. Just floating point error and shit. I don't know if it would truncate it or whatever. Value this frame goes there. Enabled is true, I guess. Although that means it would be writing 0 to that. What's the goal for this year? You got a theoretical roadmap? Kind of. I want to make more videos this year. Oh, fuck, I was... Every single time, I'm like, I'm gonna make the thumbnail for that video that I was supposed to release last fucking Wednesday. But I have once again forgotten. I'll have to do that tomorrow. Yeah, yikes. Thought you did it last night? No, I didn't. I was gonna do it today. I ended up just chilling last night. Oh, there's moths everywhere. Towards this frame. Towards this frame is... Towards this frame. Values this frame is... Values this frame. Data RT is not set. Oh, I guess no, it is set. It's data RT. Which gets set and then blah, 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 blah. This is not completely empty. This is called... How do I change the name of the... Rename. This is called Data RT thing. Data render target thing. Right data to RT, blah, 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 blah. Enable binding. I wonder if I can... Oh, enabled binding. Switch to control of the simulation stage is enabled or not. Right. So I just need to do a... I guess if that's a user boolean. Right. Or it's a bool. It's a bool. Called do the thing. And then do the thing, yes, can be set there. So I'd tell it to do the thing, and then the next frame, don't do the thing. And that should allow us to get the previous frame's values and whatnot. So that's pretty much done there. Yes, I want to apply changes. This new blueprint is called our PrismaticaDev Data Handler Manager. Data Handler? Data Handler Manager? Data Handler Manager. That's the dumbest name in the world. What could I call this instead? It's like the master, the brain. I guess it is the manager. Who fucking cares? So this is compile. Let me open the thing. So this needs to, what, exist in the world, probably. This will have a... No, they need to exist in editor, so I kind of want them to be... Maybe just a struct, which is... the... Literally just the render target, right? Because we can have 4 values per render target, but... Like, let's say, for example, our wind, right? Wind has a direction and intensity. Or it's, you know, it's a length vector. Should it be 2D grid, not grid 2D? So the Niagara system is called Niagara Grid 2D. So I guess it's like Niagara Grid, and then there's a 2D and a 3D version of it. So I'm just using that naming convention. Because it's data handling for a grid 2D. So how... So I guess our simulation fields, I guess they need to hook into, you know, like a render target. Which means if this thing... do I even need, like, one big guy? Or should I just spawn a separate actor for each grid 2D that needs its data managed? Like, why does it need to go through one big boy? I guess if we want to use this to... No, I guess interpolation would be done... Ooh. By the data fields. Yeah, I think spawning a new one per thing makes more sense. So I guess it's a data handler actor. Which feels dumb as fuck because, like, it's an actor. But at the same time, like... has heaps of shit going on. But, like, I need it to be because it needs to have a Niagara system attached to it. And the Niagara system has to exist in the world to do the thing, you know? Why should it turn into a subsystem later? Yeah, but it could also be like whatever is using it just spawns an actor for each like render target that it needs to handle. And so it then, you know, spawns this actor. And then... Because the actor's only job, right, is to accumulate values and then send it all through as one array to the Niagara system. I just don't want to deal with, like, nested arrays. It's such a fucking pain in Blueprint. Unless I did each of them as objects. So I'd have an array of objects. And then we'd just get the object. Because, like, in essence, let's say, like, let's say we had one. Array of struct with array. Yeah, exactly. The other thing is that this doesn't hold any of the data. This is literally just a funnel to tell it which values on the render target to update. But it's just there so that if multiple things try to update the render target, it will accumulate the values in an array and then send it through, you know, on tick or whatever, or the next tick. Let me get the voxel painter up. I'll show you what I mean. Because the voxel paint is literally the same, but just 3D, sorry. But I can obviously do it a bit more efficient if I'm not completely... What's this? PvP test boy, get actor of class. Oh, so that's just doing the thing. Voxel Paint Manager. Right, this actually, like, registers and manages and stuff. Because it's for voxel painting. Does it actually do the... Send this frame data to Niagara. Literally all it does. Or, like, you know, what our 2D version's gonna do. So we just add things to here. And then when they get sent, we clear them, and then that's it. Whereas the voxel paint stuff handles the transform of like local to the atlas. So meshes actually get registered to it. So this is actually different. But the gist of it is just this. I think an actor per field would be easier. Data grid, data. What the fuck did I call it? Grid 2D data handler. Taking the last group. Do I want it to be tick last? Force tick last, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, can I, like, just tick in Niagara? I don't know. So basically a function called Update values at coords. We give it an array of coords, which is a 2D vector. We give it the values, which is a vector 4. Yeah, Niagara wants a vector 4. These are both arrays. Array, array. New variable. Actually, I can just promote these, can't I? Promote to variable. Coords this frame. Promote to variable. Values this frame. Instead of setting them, we want to append this to that. And that to there. And then I guess we want to have this called do the thing. This gets set to true if that gets doodled. So then on tick, send data to Niagara. First we set user param set array for bam as this one. Values this frame. Smack that in there. And then another one, set 2D array. Coords this frame. It's called coords this frame. And then this one is called set boolean value. Do the thing. What was it called? Because that actually gets bound. So this, do the thing. Do the thing. User, do the thing. Do the thing. Cool. So this will get called anytime there's a new, or at least some new values. Then it will be, I guess, on the next frame. We can't, like, guarantee that this happens first, though, do we? And then we need to clear both these values once they are set, or sent, sorry. So they get cleared, so they get accumulated, they get sent, they get cleared. We probably also want to set that to... No, fuck off. Set that to false. But then... I guess when this gets called, you want to enable tick, right? So we just set you to start ticking. And then on tick, we call this at the end. So send value. What's it called? Send data. And then... Ah, fuck. What? How? Do I then tell it to stop ticking? Or if the length is 0, stop ticking until it gets woken up again? Or I guess I can make sure that this gets... This happens in the last... Post-update work? Any item needs the update work to be done before being ticked. Post-physics? During physics? Pre-physics? Post-physics? Is that even fucking relevant for... Needs the update work to be done before being ticked. I don't fucking know. Just fucking whatever. I don't care. I mean, yeah, if we wake it up by sending in new values, and then it only clears the values when it gets sent, even if that's a frame, you know, the next frame that it starts ticking, then it's fine. And then I guess we can disable tick. So that kind of... That seems kind of fucky, though. Oh, I guess if do the thing is set to false at this point? No, because it's always false here, because that will get done in one dude. Do I want to wait until the next frame? And if this is still false, set that to... Ah, fuck. Like, does it need a grace? I don't know, because it's just like, how do I tell... You know, where the... You know, the fucking Niagara thing. I don't know. Let's give this the data RT. Render target. Texture render target. Whatever. We need to initialize this. Functions. Initialize grid to initialize handler. And then I guess this needs the render target. I think that's literally it. Just set that as this. then set that in here. Set render target variable. This is called data RT. So we initialize it, does its shit, and then it's whatevs, you know? But I mean, these do have to be kind of pre-computed. We're not just going to be adding them at runtime. Sorry, chicken. Well then, should this even be an actor? I guess so they can all separately tick and whatnot, but... I mean, yeah, I guess we want them to be modular. And each of them has to have a grid. So... it's fine. What's an extra 20 actors? Even less, I guess. Although I do want this to... oh, this should... does tick get... tick doesn't get called in editor, does it? I don't know. Let's just sculpt a bit of landscape. Do I have my brushes in here? Okay, probably not. Oh, look. Wow, that's 8,000 units. What the fuck? That's what I'm talking about. Alright, this is a very big landscape. Oh, God. What have I done? I swear I had height maps somewhere. Ah, here we go. Can I drag that in? Nope. Oh, it only wants a PNG. You know what? That's fine. Whatever. Why? Oh, you son of a bitch. Can you, like, be bigger? Oh, expand, expand. Yeah, I want it to expand. Oh my fucking god. No, that's not... Import type. Resample, import data to fit. There we go. Import. That's it. Can you not set the height of it? I mean, like, I know you can scale it up, but that's dumb. Anyway, whatever. This is, I'm confused. I'm confused. How do I want to fucking do this, you know? It's just, it's a nightmare. It is an absolute nightmare. Isn't it, Lady Cat? What a nightmare. Ooh. Something in your ear. Yeah. Waxy girl. Earwax on, earwax off. Got it? Yeah? Scratch your ears? Gross. Hi Mirth, hello, hello. How's it going? I need to think. I need to do the think. I need to be thinking. I drew a break from GameDev. Just got back into it with Godot instead. Nice. Hell yeah. Godot seems ripper right now. Fellow Godoa. Godoist. Like how much more bare bones it is, feels hard to express yourself in Unreal. Yeah, Unreal just has a lot of bells and whistles by default that I wish they didn't turn on by default. So we're gonna have our, I guess it's an actor, PWS DF manager, world manager. It's the whole fucking thing. So then this will have, so this manager, I guess, has an array of objects. And those objects have the grid and blah, blah. The other thing is that I guess all the grids have the same resolution. Like it's kind of yeah, they kind of need to have the same count and whatnot. I'll also be right back. Nice one, Pro RuneScaper. Thanks for the reminder. The other thing I want to do with this system is it needs to be performant. So we need to probably want to round robin it. So we'll have variables. This is called data simulation layers. Oh, sorry, data or simulation fields. Simulation fields. And these are going to be objects, which are going to be class blueprint, object, select, PWSDF, simulation, field. Now, do I want to use a map or a... A map or an array? A map would be easier to look up from. And faster, I guess, because we just give world coordinate and then don't have to deal with fucking... you know, 1D to, or 2D to 1D conversions and back. I think a map would be fine. But then the simulation field might have different variables, right? It might be doing all its own shit. So all we want is for it to be called update sim field at coords. And then we make a child class of it called float sim field or something like that. I guess we also need a delta since last... oh, fuck, maybe an array would... just parallel arrays would be better. Because they are fixed length. And I've got logic somewhere that does all the grid conversions and shit. Ah, conversions. Wait, is this... that's in Kismet, right. That didn't used to exist. That makes stuff a bit easier. Maybe we do just do an array. So what? Let's brain for a tiny little bit. So the brain. We have the world manager that has a list of all of the simulation fields that we're running in the world. And then we want to do it like, you know, we want to loop over all of them and just do like one tile per frame, but do all of the... oops, sorry. All of the sim field properties at that location. So all of them need to cache their last, you know, their previous value, I guess. Or the previous cycle's value. So that we don't get bias, top left bias. If it was like if we knew the time step, but it doesn't have to be deterministic. Yeah, I guess everything needs to cache its previous values and then yeet it over at the end of the update. Oh, is that going to do like a big... no, I guess if we set that array to be the other array. It technically just passes the reference, then creates a new array when we clear the other, or reset the other one, I guess. Yeah. So yeah, manager contains all of the objects for the individual dudes. Those objects will reference a data handler actor so that they can send their updated data to Niagara. Oh, that's the other thing, is that if something wants to update... No, that's not an issue. I was just going to say, if something, let's say like one thing wants to update the R channel, and then another thing wants to update the B channel, and they both write to it, because it's an additive, or, you know, it can ignore things in the Niagara side of things, then it would just mean that it writes it twice, but it does a different thing. So yeah, no, that would be fine. I'd rather let the GPU shit handle that, rather than doing every time we want to append new updated values, we have to go through and check them and add all of the R, G, and B values together and then put it in the array. That sounds like a fucking chugger. So big manager tells all the fields to update. They know their last update delta time. So we'd need to like do... Maybe it would just be easier to do a fixed time step. Otherwise, I'd have to, like... It depends how big it is. Because, yeah, I'd have to have an array of time since last updated for every single field. Oh, I guess I could do that on the manager. The manager would have an array of the time that this tile was last updated. And it can just send that in the update function. That makes way more sense. Because they'll all get updated in parallel. Or, you know, in simultaneously. Oh, do I want to do it like that? Or do I want to do it so it's like... Or do I want to do all of the wind first and then all of the... No, because I guess... Do I do it tile by tile or field by field? I need to use the brain. Does anyone have a brain? Has anyone ever seen a brain before? Not sure. Yeah, me neither. Also, donated Danny. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. 4 minutes ago. Sorry, I missed that. I must have been getting food? No? How long have I been sitting here? Maybe I just zoned out. No brains here. Goddamn. Eyes are an extension of the brain, so I guess. Yeah, that. You know what? That's true. That is very true. The eyes connect directly to the brain. Maybe I need to think about this a tiny bit more. Yeah? What do you reckon? You reckon I should think about it more? You want me to think about it more? Because, yeah, I definitely think we want the manager, so we can just be like, hey, manager, get me the temperature simulation and tell me what the ambient temperature is in this location. That would be super fast. And then whenever the temperature or the whatever updates, we send that to Niagara, or we send it to the Niagara Grid 2D Data Manager. And then that sends the data to Niagara Grid. Or accumulates it and sends it to the Niagara Grid. And then clears the array for that frame. So it only ever updates values that have changed. So then we've got these huge stacks of fields. Yeah, do we cycle and do all of them at a given tile, or do we cycle over one of them, do all of its tiles, and then move on to the next one? Because that way at least they're like ordered. I mean, they'd need to be ordered anyway. I mean, they'd be ordered in just whatever the order is in the list. The other thing I'm thinking is, like, this kind of needs to work in editor as well. Because, like, we want to see shit happen. Or at least we want to be able to, like, do a fast-forward simulation. Or, you know, do some initial params, run a simulation, and then for it to be, you know, to be able to see the, like, keep the render targets how they're supposed to be. Which I guess we can't do, yeah, without hitting simulate. So I guess as long as the render targets stay how they are supposed to after simulating. Lives tutorials on Real Nerds, etc. But never checked out the light zone. How long have you been working on this game? I've been working on the game since I started GameDev. And we're about 1% of the way finished with it. In fact, we've barely even started the game. But I'm currently just... I'm making a bunch of tools and systems that will be used in the game. But also allowing other people to use them for their games and stuff. So currently I'm working on a bunch of small modules, projects, something, like the PrismaticaDev plugin, which is the fancy interaction stuff. You know, the grass interaction and the wind and the foliage and the water and the sand and the ball simulation. So that's one thing I'm constantly working on. But then recently, I did a little journey into ocean particles at, a given location using a render target that kind of matches the ocean simulation, which, you can see them spawning particles and shit where the waves are cresting. It's a bit shit, but, it's decent. It's decent. So there's that little side project or little module, and then there is the physical character movement system that I'm, working on, experimenting with, which is a lot of fun. It's very stupid as well, but, Oh god, I nearly tripped over then. Oh god. I tripped over. Wow. Oh, and then chaos crashed me out. So yeah, a bunch of stuff that I'm working on. It's almost like, I feel like I'm working on the game. It's almost like a pincer maneuver, right? Like, starting from both the macro scale of the game and also the micro scale, and then it will just kind of come together, So, like, on one hand, I'm working on a physical character movement system, which is as, like, micro as it gets. And then also a world climate simulation, which is literally as macro as it gets. And then, I guess after that, I'll move on to, character simulation ability, refactor that. Need to figure out root motion with the physical character movement. But then on the macro end, go from like world climate simulation to, world character simulation, town simulation, that kind of bigger picture sim stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's good to work on different things and be able to like take a break from one by working on the other. It's something that I have found very handy. Spend a lot of time naming things? Yeah. Yeah, a little bit too much time. When is Unreal hiring you? Hopefully never. I would fucking hate to work at any place. I would just hate to work. That sounds lame. No offense to any workers in the chat. Yeah, you can construct objects in editor, right? But like obviously those objects aren't gonna be... Are they gonna be persistent on like startup and shit? Probably not. They'd get garbage collected. Whereas if they were actors, they can... Maybe each field should be an actor. I don't know. This... Because then at least they can persist in the editor and we can... I don't know. Could technically do, like, an in-editor simulation. Let's also just see, I want to see how big 100 meters is. So this is a plane, and it is 1 meter? What's your size? 100 by 100, yeah. So that times 10. That is... Wait, no, times 10 is 10 meters. Times 100 is how big our simulation tiles would be. I mean, in this world. Which means what? This would be like 80 by 80 tiles, which is pretty chill. But yeah, objects don't persist in editor, do they? Maybe they should just be actors. Just linked actors instead of linked objects. Like, there's not that much overhead. That would make them easier to replicate. Maybe... Whereas the spawn them in like inline objects. Right, right. Yeah. But I also just mean like if I close the editor and reopen it, You know what I mean? That can persist? Right, okay. Somebody's a hold on. Yeah, right. Hmm. Yeah, should they be objects or actors? I don't know. Yeah. If they're objects, it can be replicated easily just using sub-object replicate list. I mean, it might even be something that I manually replicate only to, you know, clients that are nearby. Clients don't need to know about the fucking Arctic regions updating and whatnot. Variables, sim dimensions. Make a planet generator? No, we're making a climate simulator. I guess it's top left location. I guess this is the... Yeah. Well, no, I guess we need to know that. May as well cache it. Cell size world space. Look over. Global. This one's global. Also, do we use data assets for the simulation types? Or like the simulation rules? Or I guess it doesn't really matter. Level or planet? Like, I guess it would be level. But it can exist independent of the level, as long as it has the data. So, like, maybe this is a loaded level, but we know that it is in coordinates blah blah blah, and then you could have another level here, and it can still simulate the wind blowing from one to the other. And it would just store the height data that it needed and whatnot at all times. But yeah, that's a good point. I mean, yeah, it doesn't actually have to have anything loaded for it to work. It's just like completely data driven. But if something, let's say like a mountain popped up over here, it would adapt to that. Or if someone built a gigantic box, then that started blocking out the sun for an entire region, then it would adapt to that. But obviously you would need to, if that happened on an unloaded area, there'd need to be a way to update the height data. Or if a volcano erupted, or whatever. Do we... I guess the simulation dimensions is determined by the bounds, right? And we just fit a number of cells. Do we need it to be... It doesn't have to be square, does it? The render targets can be rectangular. And... yeah, it doesn't have to be square. See, I guess we'd want this actor in editor to be a thing. Then we would... I guess then, yeah, we would add an asset or add an actor of class or classes and then go through and spawn them if they're not already... if they don't already exist. For, like, in-editor stuff. Does that work? If I say variable data fields, which could just be, I don't know, a class. Oh, I don't fucking know. An object class? Object class, actor class. I guess actor is probably more reliable to be thingoed, right? Oh, you know what I could do though? In the Grid2D data handler, that they could be objects, and I just spawn the Niagara grid system on its. Oh, these don't have a well, I guess they do have a thing. An initialize. I guess it needs to tick. I mean, my object can tick if I use replicated object, but... And the data fields don't need to tick, they get ticked. Although, another thing is, like, if this is getting sparsely updated, or like, you know, round robin updated, like this, zhup, 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 then we probably want the ones near the player to be, like, lerped from one to the other, you know, on tick. So previous value to the target value, and they get lerped. But only for some data fields, probably. Or for all of them. I mean, some of them are static, like world height. I don't know, my brain's just not... It's just not braining, like, a lot, you know? You know when the brain just doesn't brain as much as it should? I think I just need to think about it. I think I just need to think about the structure of it for a little bit, and then tackle it again. You know what we could do while we're here? I need to make a thumbnail for that fucking video that I'm gonna schedule tonight. And yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make a thumbnail. What the fuck is happening here? Wait, what is happening here? Oh, debug RVT testo. RVT video testo? Why are you... Huh? Oh, you, new material. Wait, why are you going black? Right, you just get in there. Why is this all fucked up again? Right, there we go. Where did the fucking... Where did this go? It's right there. Why is it... I'm just confused. I don't know what's going on here. Can I just open this up again? Are you... Okay, that's a bit better. It's the clouds. Why does it look so fucking stupid? Right, it just didn't compile properly or some shit. I don't fucking know. Right, so DDX DDY. How do we represent that with a simple video thumbnail? DDX DDY. I guess we do a classic. We start with a ball. It all starts with a ball. Also, where's a good angle to, like... This is where I did the last thumbnail. Or the RVTs. Wait, what was the last thumbnail? Oh, it was the foliage optimization one. Which is different to the RVT one. Which used this scene. The foliage one used this scene or some shit. I don't fucking remember. Oh my god, stop freezing, bruh. Could do like an aerial view of something. Alright, I've got cliff quarry meshes here. Wow, procedural edgeware. That's crazy. That's crazy. Did someone say edge? Yeah. I did. I said it. Yeah, what am I, how do I, what am I doing this fucking thing? Look how scuffed it is on the edges. Edging. Edgelord. Pog. Yeah, I either do, for the thumbnail, the procedural edgeware shit, or I do, like, a kind of split shader, where, like, one side is, you know, a black and white texture, and then the other side is a normal map of that texture, you know? Like, one side is that, the other side is, well, this, but like a billion times stronger. I'm you, but stronger. Trying to use baked-in vertex color as a mask? No, that was just procedural based on the difference in vertex normal using DDX, DDY. DD's nuts. I'm just trying to make a thumbnail for a video that I have uploaded about DDX, DDY, like derived normal, or derivative, partial derivative, screen space derivative. Do the split? Yeah, yeah. On a ball? Split ball? Balls usually go well. People like balls, right? I wonder if I can... I don't like this color. Let's move over to, like, blue land. I don't like that either. It's gonna look shit either way. Yeah, I could literally just be like this, blah blah blah, lerp. Looks like a disease movie. Yeah, it's, I mean, you could also say it looks like clouds. But I guess, yeah, they kind of look a bit freaky. Can you give these a... What if I wanted these to MIP nicely, because you can see here it's a bit fucky, but sample source, MIP mode. Ah, there we go. 0 is full res. Let's go like, if I go 10 or 5 or something. Let's force it down a MIP level. No, we still get the interpolation and stuff. So yeah, this would just be lerp between this and this. And then I guess we just do like local position Z, saturate, smack that in there, that goes into there. Something like that, but with less fuckery. Could Photoshop edit with some dividing line instead of in-engine. Yeah, I can just add the line in post, yeah. Plus, I might want it to be, like, slightly curved, like this. But then also, let's chuck it into the emissive color. And then I might clamp. Clamp it so there's no 0 values as well. Or just, like, the shit going into here. Just, like, add 0.2. Or just multiply it by 2 so it's a bit brighter. Add 0.1. .01. Maybe no emissive. Let it keep its lighting to some degree. I should probably also not give this side the normals. So this side just gets flat boys, and this side gets thingo, and then that is our dude. Just in the streamer, what does this shade actually represent? If I'm looking at this on its own, it isn't really clear what what it functionally does. So it's generating a normal map from a black and white value. But yeah, I could definitely make it a bit more obvious. Maybe I'll take out the blue channel. What if I don't remap it? How expensive is it to calculate the normal from the mask? It is free. It's like actually free. But you can see, if I go unlit mode, you can see how pixelated it is. Because it's using... So, like, when each quad gets rendered, it just compares the top left quad to the one to the, to the right and the one to the bottom. So DDX is to the right, and then DDY is to the bottom. And then that is the filled value. They should have done the average of the top left and bottom left against the average of the, the top and bottom right for DDX, and same for DDY. Because that would probably get rid of a lot of the shimmering. But yeah, you can see it's at like quarter resolution because it's calculated per quad. Obviously, if I zoom out or zoom in, it changes, But you kind of see it shimmering a lot here. So it kind of relies on not using it or not overusing it. As in, like, not making the effect too strong. But yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe 2 balls would be better. With something in the middle. Like a longer ball in the middle. Or something. Or a tree or something like that. Maybe? Or like a mountain or something, just as like a focal point, MIP bias. The MIP bias... So the texture is being MIPed, but the DDX, DDY value can't be MIPed. Because it's a... it's an absolute value. Or something. So yeah, it has to rely on AA and like TAA. Ooh, TAA. Ooh. Yeah, now you get it, Amethyst. Well, I think 2 balls might be the way to go. Background trees happening, is it? Maybe. Maybe. What's the tutorial about? It's about deriving a height map. Oh, that's why. Deriving a height map from... deriving normals from a height map at runtime. But yeah, I need it for a video. I'm doing it for the Vine. But I just want it to look nice, It needs to look okay.